Good morning. Happy Veterans Day. I now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roderick Miles Jr., Commissioner Precinct 1.
Here.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Matt Krause, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes quorum.
All right, thank you very much. Today's invocation will be led by Aaron Kreider, who is a captain in the U.S. Air Force and the chaplain of Fort Worth Naval Air Station Joint Reserve Base. I'll announce those who are leading the pledges after the invocation. Please rise for the invocation and stay standing for the pledges.
Thank you, Judge. Let's all pray together today. Heavenly Father, we come to you today in the mighty name of Jesus. And we come to you today on this Veterans Day, and we pause. We pause here for just a moment to honor the men and women who have worn the uniform of the United States of America. Their courage, Father, and their sacrifice and devotion to duty. It reflects the highest ideal of service and love for thy neighbors. So, Lord, we ask your blessing upon every veteran in our community today, those who have returned safely and those who still carry that burden of war. God, today I ask you to grant them peace in heart and strength and in body. Surround their families with your grace and surround their families with your healing and courage. We also pray today for the leaders gathered in this court. Give them wisdom, integrity, and unity as they serve the people of Fort Worth and Tarrant County. May every decision made here advance justice and compassion and the common good. And finally, God, we thank you, Lord, for this nation we love. Help us to be worthy of the freedoms secured by others, by the sacrifice, and may your hand continue to guide and bless America. We ask this all in the precious name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
All right, thank you, Captain Kreider. Now, to do our pledges, I'm going to ask both gentlemen to step up to the podium. The first, doing our U.S. pledge, is our Elections Administrator, Clint Ludwig. He has 20 years of active duty in the United States Marine Corps, 10 years enlisted in the signals intelligence field, achieving the rank of gunnery sergeant, and 10 years as an officer in the counterintelligence human intelligence field, achieving the rank of captain. And for our Texas pledge, Thomas Belton, who served over 9 years also in the U.S. Marine Corps, which just celebrated its 250th birthday, I might add, in numerous administrative positions, and he is our beloved Director of Tarrant County Veteran Services. So, gentlemen, please lead us in our pledges.
All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. For all of you who are veterans, would you please stand so we can recognize you? All veterans in the audience, please stand. Okay, all right. I don't know if he was giving them a standing ovation or if you were a veteran and I didn't know it, so.
No.
All right.
Chandler, are you a veteran or were you walking to the
No,
podium?
ma'am, I was just
Oh,
walking
okay.
up here.
I was so confused.
Now, my wife, on the other hand, is an Army veteran.
All right.
And as I say every year, happy Veterans Day to the general of our household who keeps our houses running, keeps the house running very smooth. And
Smart
I know
man.
who my boss is. Or my
Smart man.
superior officer, I guess I should say.
Yes.
All right, good morning, court members. Happy Veterans Day. A couple of announcements for you here today. Let's start with items being held from the agenda completely. The first one is going to be under the proclamations and resolutions section. That's going to be item 7. Then we're going to move to the consent agenda. Under community development, we're going to remove items G2, G3, and G4. And then court members, under permission to take bid under the purchasing section, 2 of the sub-items we're going to remove Those are items F9T and F9U. And then, court members, we have several items which have been pulled from the consent agenda for individual consideration. Those items are item C1 under the administrator section. Under budget and risk management, item F8 and F10. Under facilities management, K6. Under human resources, N5. And finally, Commissioners, Court members, under purchasing, 3 items, item R1, item R29, and finally, item R46. That's all we have.
All right, thank you,
Thank
sir. All right, do we have any announcements from our court members?
Yes, sir. I'd like to start my announcements with, again, thanking our veterans. As I was coming to the dais this morning, a passage of scripture came to mind that simply says, "Greater love hath no man than this, than to lay down one's life for his friends." My veterans, I want to thank you for daily making the decision to lay down your life for those of us who enjoy the freedom that you provide. Thank you for standing, showing up, and exhibiting the love of Christ through your service to country. I am forever grateful and indebted to you for your sacrifice, for the work that you've done, and how you serve. So from the bottom of my heart, I want to say thank you for serving our country. Happy Veterans Day. Next, I want to announce that Tarrant County Precinct 1, we're having a town hall in partnership with the Center for Transforming Lives. There is a flyer that is available for those who want to attend. You can contact our office to register. This town hall meeting is going to be centered around discussing how the Human Services Department has been transferred, or that those services have been transferred to the Center for Transforming Lives. We'll give you a presentation, an overview of how that'll work, how you can apply, how you're able to, and what services will be provided. There'll be a Q&A session so that we can bring clarity and understanding to everybody so that they can know where they can get help with rental assistance and utility assistance. That is happening on November the 18th, and it will actually be happening at the Center for Transforming Lives, which is located at 3001 South Riverside Drive, Fort Worth, Texas, 76119. It starts at 5:30 to 6. We'll do a tour from 5:30 to 6 of the facility at Center for Transforming Lives for everybody who wants to attend. And the town hall will begin at 6 p.m. and will conclude at 7:30 p.m. Again, if you want to attend or you want to learn more about it, we have information available. You can go to our website, you can sign up there, you can call our office and register there. And my last announcement, well, no, I got a couple. He's loaded me up with announcements this morning. So I want to announce our Healthy Lives Matter prostate cancer screening event, which is going to happen on February the 28th, 2026. Starts at 10 a.m. and it ends at 2 p.m. and it will be held at the Moncrief Cancer Institute. We will be providing free PSA screenings, lunch will be provided, and a light breakfast will be provided. Many of you who may or may not know, my boss, my forever boss, Commissioner Brooks, started this event because he is a prostate cancer survivor himself. And we wanted to make sure that every man that we can touch knows that you do not have to die from prostate cancer. Prostate cancer is not a death sentence. If you get treatment, if you get screened, if you get your PSAs and you get those treatments early, you can live a healthy life as a result of early detection. So we want to invite every man out to this event. It's important that you know your status. So ladies in the room, if you have a husband, your father's still here, you got uncles or you got brothers, please encourage them to attend this event. It's not only educational and informational, we're gonna have a good time. We have the Dallas Mavericks that are coming out. We got the Texas Rangers that will be there and the Dallas Stars. We got some great giveaways. We got tickets, all of the things that men love, we are trying to provide to entice them to come and to take care of their health. The beauty of this is free. It is not taxpayer funded. We have great sponsors who have come out and see the importance of this work and have donated graciously their resources, their time, and their efforts. So please bring the men in your life so that they can get screened. The next thing that I wanted to say is North Crowley High School is starting their journey to repeat as state champions. They will defend their title starting this Thursday night versus Keller High School. 817, we're going to do it again. So shout out to North Crowley High School, Coach Gates, and those amazing Panthers. I want to say congratulations to our HR Director, Roxy Held, and her team on their first countywide benefit fair event. From the remarks and the comments that I got about it, it was a huge success. So I want to give a shout out to her and her team for putting on their first ever countywide benefit fair. That's a big deal. It's a huge undertaking, and it's not something that's easily done. So kudos to Roxy and her team. And the last thing I want to say is this. As we enter into Thanksgiving season and the holiday season, I want to speak to every staff member of the county. Please look at me. Scripture tells us in Philippians 1, I give thanks to God every time I remember you. I want you to know I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful for the work that you do. It is a thankless job at times. We get all of these grand ideas and things that we want to see done, and we lay them at your feet. And you do them without hesitation. You don't complain, or at least we don't hear about the complaints. And you do an excellent job making sure that the vision that this court has becomes a reality, and we're able to effectively and efficiently serve the residents of Tarrant County. So on behalf of this Commissioner's Court and myself personally, I want you to know that I see you, I'm thankful for you, and I appreciate the work that you do for the people that we are honored and privileged to serve. Thank you so much. Keep showing up, keep supporting our residents, and keep making Tarrant County great. I appreciate all of you. Those are my remarks, sir.
All right, next up.
I've got just a few. And Commissioner Miles, I love what you said about the veterans and tying it to Scripture. It says, whoever lays life down for his friends. Yes. Even more incredible, many of our men and women in uniform lay their life down for strangers. They'll never know them. They may even be enemies. They're still willing to do that. And so thank you again to our veterans. I wanted to recognize some incredible students that we have here today. We've got several students from the Student Voter Empowerment Clubs and HEB ISD. If you're part of that, one of those student voter empowerment clubs, would you please stand up? It is awesome having y'all here today. Thank you for taking the time to come down here. Thank you for being a part of the process. I know you're missing school, so that's an added bonus, but appreciate y'all being here. Ms. Lugo, who's the executive director, thank you for putting this together and bringing everybody down. We appreciate y'all. And students, thank y'all for being involved. Continue to be involved, and it's an honor to have y'all here today. So thank you for being here.
You got anything? Nope. Okay, two things for me. First is in honor of adoption a month, there is a stuffed animal drive going on. So you're being asked to donate a new stuffed animal or book for a child in foster care. Donations are being accepted now through November 14th, which is Friday. And donation bins are located in the following buildings: all sub-courthouses, the Resource Connection, the Tim Curry Criminal Justice Center, the Family Law Center, the 1895 Courthouse, this building, the admin building, the Vandergrift Civil Courts building, Plaza building, and Public Health building. So please consider donating a stuffed animal or book for a child in foster care in honor of Adoption Month. So a very worthy, nice thing to do. Next thing, and last thing, is my office is hosting a Toys for Tots toy drive on December 9th from 4 to 9 p.m. at Southlake Town Square. So it'll be right in front of the town hall, which not a lot of people know. That's actually owned, or the county has 25% of that building. But from 4 to 9 p.m. December 9th, you can drop off new unwrapped toys. It's a partnership with Toys for Tots in my office, but everyone's invited. We'd love to get as many toys in there for kids because we all know how special Christmas is, and we want to help make it special for everyone, especially those children in need. So December 9th, 4 to 9 p.m., Southlake Town Square. All right, with that, we now go to our proclamations, resolutions, and presentations section. And the first up is employee recognition. So as we normally do, I'm going to ask all of our 5-year employees to, and all the others as in groups, stand as I call your name if you are present, starting with the 5-year. Anthony Bettinger, Billy Capps Jr., Cardalia Favors, Anastasia Garza, David Gonzalez, Andrew Hall, Karen Hignett, Angelina Isaacson, Osiris Longo, Lindsay Pagano, Clinton Prisbiliski, Sharon Rodriguez, and Raven Sherwood. Thank you all for 5 years. We appreciate you very much. All right, you may be seated. Next, our 10-year employees. Please stand as I call your name. Stephanie Adkins, Monica Ariano, Dallas Arter, Gabrielle Carter, Kenneth Chadwell, Tyler Davis, Michael Estill, David Callan, Tahira Cornegay, Haley Little, Aaron Lowe, Davin Moore, Anye Kachukwu Okichewuku, there's no way I got that right, Kelly Pelletier, Carla Reed, Brittany Salazar, Adam Sparks, Tracy Williamson, Travis Yarbrough, and Carl Young Jr. Thank you all for a decade of service to Tarrant County. We appreciate you. All right, now for our 15-year employees. Justin Barnes, Troy Cooksey, Joseph Davila, Elizabeth Di Paolo, Estella Esquivel, Malay Kelly, Deanna Lindsay, Eric Rodriguez, Amber Smith, Larry Tell, Danita Tilley, and Rayshawn Walker. Thank you all very much for 15 years. We appreciate you. All right, now our 20-year employees. We have 6 20-year employees to recognize. Joe Berry. Is Joe here with us? Gina Dreiling Navarro. Hi, Gina. Casey Kroll. Ann Mackey. Catherine McOmber. And Sylvia Ruiz. 2 decades. Thank you all very much. We appreciate you. All right, now we go to our 25-year employees, and I see the first one right there in the back, Raymond Garcia. How are you? Good, sir. He is now a patrol deputy, born in Fort Worth, went to high school at Arlington Heights, has 3 kids. His daughter and her husband both work at the sheriff's office in the booking division. His oldest son is a lead production specialist in a fabrication shop, and his youngest son is a freshman at Western Hills High School and is a percussionist in the marching band. He loves to learn about history in general, but specifically Texas history. He loves to spend time with his family, go fishing, camping, and hiking. Other job titles he's had with the county: detention officer, 911 dispatcher, patrol deputy, livestock enforcement deputy, traffic investigator, detective, and crisis negotiator. So he's had a lot of jobs and knows how the office works really well. Most memorable moment, September 11th, 2001. He was working at Sheriff's Dispatch at the time, and remember how shocked and scared people were that day and the days that followed. And what he likes the most, Tarrant County has a lot of opportunities and places to work in order to grow your career. And I had no idea you've been here 25 years, but let's give it up for Deputy Garcia. We appreciate you. Also celebrating 25 years with the Sheriff's Office, John Pilkington. Is John here? No, let's give him a round of applause, though. Also with the Sheriff's Office, celebrating 25 years, James Kegley. How are you, sir? Thank you for 25 years. We appreciate you very much. Another 25-year employee from the Sheriff's Office, that's 4, David Spihar. Is David here with us? Okay, well, let's give him a round of applause if he's watching. All right, next from Juvenile Services, we have Deanne Thomas. Hi, Deanne. How are you? Good. Sure, yeah. She was born in Hays, Kansas, went to Victoria High School in Victoria, Kansas, and then went to Kansas State University in Manhattan. 3 kids, Olivia, Aiden, and Alex. I see a pattern there. In fact, no one knows about her. She enjoys working in the yard and gardening. She likes crafts, if time allows, and decorating for special events. For fun, she likes to just spend time with family and attend all of her children's sports and college events. Other job titles she's had with the county. I should have mentioned, she's a juvenile probation officer. Other job titles she's had with the county: part-time institutional probation officer in the detention center, full-time security control, full-time institutional probation officer in the detention center, and currently a juvenile field probation officer where she's been for the past 19 years. Her most memorable moment was the first day on the job as a part-time institutional probation officer. She was not assigned keys to the detention center. She had to follow and shadow a staff member. She never imagined the person that met her at the door her first day of work 3 years later would become her husband. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. What she likes the most, she thoroughly enjoys and is passionate about helping youth and their families to navigate challenges that they face in life, which in the end contributes to a larger mission, being successful in the community. Amen. She has met some amazing co-workers along the way that have become lifelong friends. Deanne, we thank you for 25 years of service. All right, next we have Sherry Williams. Sherry, are you with us? All right. Thank you. Sherry brought her mom with her today. Thank you for being here. So Sherry is actually celebrating 26 years. Last year she couldn't come for the 25 years, so congratulations on 26 years. Her job title, she's a chronic disease prevention health educator, of course, and also in juvenile services. Born in Fort Worth, went to Trimble Tech High School, once a Bulldog, always a Bulldog. Spent time at Tarrant County Junior College, where she got her associate's degree, UNT, where she got a bachelor's, and Amberton, where she got a master's. She has 1 adult daughter, Lorraine, and she is the proud granny of 2 grandchildren, the M&Ms. In fact, no one knows about her. She collects Barbies, postcards, and she loves to read and love quote books. Okay, what's a love quote book? Okay, excellent. And just loves to read. So cool. What she likes to do for fun: spend time with family and friends. She's a big sports fan, football and basketball. Loves community volunteering. Other jobs she's had with the county, all been in public health under Family Violence Prevention Program, Family Violence Community Aid, Family Violence Specialist, Family Violence Social Worker and Health Educator, and Family Violence Project Coordinator. Her most memorable moments, too many to mention, but it's been an honor and a privilege to be involved with Tarrant County Public Health and to serve this community. Probably when the Family Violence Prevention Project, she was invited to participate in a lecture series at Harvard University, as the Family Violence Prevention Program was inspired and designed by the works of Dr. Deborah Prothero Stith. The family violence team at that time, that was only 2 people, developed their anger management, bullying, and teen dating violence initiatives. And the books were authored by Deborah Prothero Smith and Michelle Weissman, who was, and she believes still is, one of the foremost authorities in America regarding family and youth violence, as well as anger management and violence prevention. What she likes the most: every day is an adventure in her work as a chronic disease health educator. There's never a boring moment. She has had wonderful supervisors and coworkers. The work is very hard but rewarding, and she gets to meet so many wonderful people, businesses, community partners. Tarrant County is truly a wonderful place to work, play, and live, and it is a better place to work, play, and live because of you and your service, so we thank you for 25 years. '26, yeah, okay, 26. Next, we have Bridget Hughes. Is she here with us? Well, hi there. So Bridget has been with us for 25 years. We did not get a form, but let's give a big round of applause for 25 years for her. All right, also from Public Health, Blanca Gonzalez. Is Blanca here with us? Hello there, how are you? So Blanca is an executive secretary to the medical director, born in Fort Worth, Trimble Tech High School. Did you know Sherry in high school? No? It's like the way you laughed, I'm not sure we want to know that story. So she went to Weatherford College. She is a proud pet parent to 2 adorable fur babies, Blake and Gwen. Are those dogs? Yeah. What kind of dogs? Okay. Sort of dogs. So, huge fan that no one knows about her. She's a huge football fan, especially when it comes to cheering on the Green Bay Packers. So last night was a little tough. Yeah. What she likes to do for fun: she loves loading up the RV and heading out for camping adventures with her husband and 2 dogs. Other job titles she's had with the county: GOC, Women, Infant, and Children, WIC, GOC Immunization Division, and CSA, Vaccine Distribution Center. Her most memorable moment was assisting with the pandemic response efforts. And what she likes the most is her work family and the meaningful work they do together. Knowing that their efforts directly support the health and well-being of our community gives every day a sense of purpose. They're not just handling data and paperwork, they're actively helping people stay healthy, prevent disease, and promote healthier lifestyles. It's incredibly rewarding, and Blanca, we thank you for your 25 years very much. We have one that is celebrating 30 years today. Is George Ateek with us? Okay, well, George is in CSCD, and he's been with Tarrant County for 30 years. So let's give a big round of applause to George. All right, I will make a motion to receive and file employee recognition.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. We got this going again. Okay. All right, passes.
Switched.
Passes unanimously. And one more round of applause for all of our employees. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you, and you now may head to the fourth floor for a reception in your honor, but you certainly don't have to leave, but you're welcome to. So if you'd like to go there, please make your way out the door. All right. What do we call it when we've already given out the resolution, but we're just affirming it? There's a word.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ratification.
Yeah. All right, the next item on our agenda is to ratify a resolution honoring the 250th birthday of the United States Marine Corps. I presented this to a 250th birthday celebration at Meacham Field last week, but I'd like to read it. There's no one here to receive it. The United States Marine Corps has served as an elite fighting force for 250 years. Since November 10th, 1775, the service of each Marine has been defined by the values of honor, courage, and commitment while defending the United States of America. Marines have played a pivotal role in many of our nation's most important battles. From the storming of Belleau Wood in World War I to the iconic flag raising on Iwo Jima during World War II, to the frozen Chosin Reservoir in Korea, to the jungles of Vietnam, and in more recent history in Fallujah, Ramadi, Helmand Province, and other engagements fighting terrorism. These battles exemplify the Marine Corps' legacy of sacrifice, perseverance, and battlefield excellence, upheld by all who have earned the title of Marine, past and present. Recognizing the 250th birthday of the U.S. Marine Corps as an opportunity to reflect on, remember, and honor the incredible impact of the Marine Corps throughout the history of our nation. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioner Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize the 250th birthday of the United States Marine Corps and extend our deepest gratitude and appreciation to the men and women who have served and currently serve as Marines. So I'll move to ratify this
Second.
resolution. We have a second. Any discussion before we have speakers? All right, our first speaker is Jimmy Blackwell. Our second speaker is Bishop Kirkland. I do not see Mr. Blackwell, so Mr. Kirkland.
Yesterday, we turned 250 years old thanks to the 1775 Continental Congress inaugurated and gave birth to the few, the proud, the Marines. We are former Marines, once a Marine, always a Marine. No branch goes to every climbing place like Marines, from sea to shining sea. Our Eagle, Globe, and Anchor. Eagle is for nation, Globe is for worldwide service, and the Anchor's for sea tradition. We fight first. In Belleau Woods, the Germans called us devil dogs. We were taught God, family, country, Corps. The country let Marine Anthony Johnson Jr. down. You want me to continue to stand for your Pledge of Allegiance and national anthems. How can I stand in clear consciousness? And not one of you up there, except Commissioner Simmons, stood for Marine Anthony Johnson Jr. As a young Marine, I used to hear the national anthem, and I got lumps in my throat, and my heart would race with pride. It's all gone now. How can a nation be as great as this nation, and we cannot adequately deal with those that suffer from mental illness? You mean to tell me the greatest nation in the history of civilization can't take care of Marine Anthony Johnson Jr.? You mean to tell me this young man stood on the yellow footprints of the parade deck of Marine Corps Recruit Depot, San Diego, California, and we can't honor his commitment to our country? You want me to pledge to the Texas flag? Let Texas stand for Marine Anthony Johnson Jr. Texas is ranked 6th among all states for mental health care. Statistics say in Texas, For every 643 ill patients, there is one mental health care provider. To add injury to insult, this district attorney, Mr. Soros, is further desecrating the memory of Marine Anthony Johnson Jr. by delaying justice for his family. I have to explain to his family that it's a stall tactic that Tarrant County uses. The county allowed us to protest, to march, to have rallies, but we delay the trial as long as possible to vacate the memory of the atrociousness and unnecessary death of this young Marine. Truth is, Marine Anthony Johnson Jr. never should have been in jail in the first place. This country failed. This county is failing the Johnson family because while he did not have the privilege afforded to the white elitist, Sheriff Wayborn,
Thank you, sir.
I'll be back with you.
So we have a motion and a second to ratify this resolution. Any further discussion? We do not have a spillover room, do we?
We do.
Okay, do we know that Mr. Blackwell is not in there?
I don't see him back there.
Okay, we've got space in here, so we've got some seats.
Yes.
Okay. Motion second, everybody's voted, in vote, passes unanimously. Next item is a resolution recognizing Veterans Day. Here to receive this resolution is Thomas Belton from Tarrant County Veteran Services again. And I will read this resolution. It is appropriate to salute the tens of thousands of men and women who have served and are serving in America's armed forces. It is recognized that during the past century, hundreds of thousands of Americans have sacrificed their lives while serving in the armed forces. Many Tarrant County residents and county employees are among the brave men and women who have served in our military. Each November, Veterans Day is set aside as a time to honor those men and women who have served in the armed forces of the United States. The United States has only been able to remain a beacon for liberty around the world because of the contributions and sacrifices of our veterans. While we can never hope to fully repay these courageous men and women for their distinguished service to our nation, we can and should show our appreciation for their bravery and sacrifice. Veterans Day is observed on November 11th, regardless of what day of the week on which it falls, to preserve the historical significance of the date and to focus attention on the important purpose of Veterans Day, a celebration to honor America's veterans for their patriotism, love of country, and willingness to serve and sacrifice for the common good. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize Veterans Day and extend our deepest gratitude and appreciation to the men and women who have served in our armed forces. And I will make a motion to adopt this resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Commissioner Simmons. Any discussion before speakers? Okay. Jimmy Blackwell again. Is Mr. Blackwell present? And Bishop Kirkland.
I salute all veterans on this day. Although the Marines celebrated our 250th-year birthday yesterday, I salute all veterans. Elon Musk and the president almost cost me my life. I'm a cancer survivor. I needed radiation therapy. Elon Musk fired the Dallas VA physicist, and it could have cost me my life. We all have these warm, fuzzy days to make us feel better about our veterans, but we're not taking care of the people who took care of us. If we were, this chamber would be closed on this day to honor all the men and women and their families that have made incredible, lifelong sacrifices for this nation to bring home of the free. I salute the families that make sacrifices. We often talk about the veterans, but we forget about the parents, the grandparents, the wives and husbands and children that sacrifice time with their family. We miss births, we miss first steps, we miss first days of school, we miss baptisms and christenings. We missed all of those days. So never, ever allow my discontentment with the way things are in our nation to think I do not love our country. This is not a place that I just happen to be. This is my country. This is where I live. I could face my family history back to the early 1800s on a plantation in East Texas. So I gather that my family has been in America far longer than some of the people in this room. Let's do more to take care of our veterans. Let's do more to stop the tragedies that happened with Marine Anthony Johnson Jr. and honor his family. When Mr. Yancey stood right here after Mr. Yancey died in the jail, that man got more respect than Chastity Bonner's parents, got more respect than Anthony Johnson Jr.'s family. If you appreciate our service, if you appreciate what we do, put your money and your mouth in the same place and honor our service. I salute your son, who is a Marine officer. Tell him I said, Semper Fi, Ura, Deva Dog.
Thank you so much.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion? All right, the votes are in. All right, it passes unanimously. Next, I'm supposed to come down there, aren't I? Here we go, Thomas.
Good morning, County Judge. Good morning, County Commissioners. Every year, I will say that coming to Tarrant County Commissioners Court on Veterans Day is one of the most proudest opportunities I can have as someone that takes care of veterans every single day. We have serviced over 6,000 veterans in the last fiscal year, and my department has brought in $15.5 million in federal benefits to those surviving spouses, veterans of all generations. Even we have a veteran from World War II still hanging on with us as well. And we meet the goal of treating our veterans every single day, making sure that they have the benefits that they earned, that they have an advocate they know where to turn to. We additionally have also opened up a new office on the JRB base where we are servicing veteran or service members that are about to exit the military, so that way that they are leaving the active duty with benefits already started, that we are putting in place that these types of actions will prevent homelessness, recidivism in the general public, making sure that veterans know that they have a place to go. And then out of 254 counties, we are the third largest. And I will say that the awards keep rolling in from the state, the federal government for my service officers. And at this time, I am proud to say that Tarrant County takes care of its veterans. Tarrant County is the place where veterans want to be. Tarrant County is a protector of veterans and those who hold the title United States Veteran. Thank you very much for this. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thomas, I will say, we appreciate everything that you and your department does for this county and our county's veterans. I can't name the number of times where we've had veterans call our office or call us individually in need, and you've solved their problem, and you've gone above and beyond. And you were integral in helping us start the first ever Tarrant County Salutes Veterans event, where we bring veterans down and put a spotlight on the fact that we want them here in Tarrant County, and if they come to Tarrant County, we will take care of them. So we appreciate everything that you do every single day, Thomas. Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is a resolution recognizing Tarrant County Adoption Day. This is something that I will present at a National Adoption Day event on November 21st. So we're just asking, I guess, to pass the resolution, but I will read it. For the record, families are the cornerstone of our community. Children are a precious gift from God, deserving of a stable, loving home, which provides the foundation for a successful and fulfilling life. Adoption offers children a loving environment in which parents can guide, teach, and provide for a bright future. Every adoption story begins with the compassion to love a child, to care for them unconditionally, and to watch them grow and prosper. The children who are adopted by loving and stable families have a new opportunity in life to fulfill their hopes and dreams, and the families adopting these children receive a lifetime of blessings. We offer our prayers to the children whose adoptions are made final this month, and to the wonderful families who will give them unconditional love, forming the sacred bond of family. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize November 22nd, 2025 as Tarrant County Adoption Day, and be it further resolved, we rejoice and celebrate along with every forever family brought together this month. So I will move to approve this resolution.
Second.
All right, we have a second from Commissioner Ramirez. Any discussion? All right, the votes are in, passes unanimously. Now we move to a congratulatory resolution for Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, 103rd Founders Day. Commissioner Miles.
Thank you, Judge. I would like to ask the members of the Alpha Sigma Alumni Chapter to stand. All right. I'm going to identify you. I guess I messed that up a little bit.
Sounded like a threat.
But y'all look good, though. And I wore my Alpha bow tie in recognition. Shakemia Jones, Tyra Davis, Lamora Cornelius, Lashika Edens, Kristen Foreman, Teresa Burkhead, Jonte Burks, Dr. Tara Reed, Tanisha Artis, Tony Green Bonds. I read into the record this congratulatory resolution on your 103rd Founders Day. Whereas Tarrant County congratulates the members of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, Alpha Pi Sigma Alumni Chapter, upon the celebration of their 103rd Founders Day. And whereas Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated is a leading national service organization founded at Butler University in Indianapolis, Indiana, on November 12, 1922, by 7 distinguished founders who sought to use their collective strength to enhance the quality of life for women and their families in the United States and globally through education, community service, and civil and social action. And whereas Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated is an organization of diverse professional women dedicated to the encouragement and promotion of high scholastic attainment, community service, and improved quality of life through its chapters and over 100,000 members and affiliates located throughout the United States, Korea, Bermuda, Africa, Belize, Bahamas, Canada, the Caribbean, Germany, and the United Arab Emirates. And whereas the goal of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated is to achieve greater progress in the areas of education, health awareness, and leadership development in partnership with community stakeholders who work to create and support initiatives that align with this vision. And whereas through programming, education, and advocacy, Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated has become a leading national service organization working to address socioeconomic issues that impact our communities through programs to enhance and improve the lives of residents across Tarrant County. Now, therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize and congratulate Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, Alpha Pi Sigma Alumni Chapter, upon its 103rd Founders Day, and for building upon a proud and rich legacy of determination and philanthropic accomplishments. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 11th day of November 2025. We salute you and honor you today. Please meet me in the horseshoe for a picture.
Would you like to make a motion?
That would be appropriate, wouldn't it? I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, second from Commissioner Ramirez. Any discussion? Okay, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. That's what I first thought.
Are you still?
Commissioner Miles, on behalf of Alpha Pi Sigma Alumni Chapter of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude for the proclamation recognizing Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated on our 103rd Founders Day and Alpha Pi Sigma's 80 years of service to Fort Worth. Your acknowledgement not only honors our legacy, but also highlights our ongoing impact to our community service and scholarship across Tarrant County. We deeply appreciate your continued support and commitment to uplifting organizations that strive to make a difference. Thank you again for joining us and celebrating this meaningful occasion. Your partnership has strengthened our ties and keep our communities growing and thriving. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, the next item on the agenda is a congratulatory resolution for the 20th anniversary of the Karen Purvis Institute of Child Development. Commissioner Miles.
Thank you, Judge. I'm gonna get it right this time. With Dr. Danica Knight, Dr. David Cross, Dr. Melody Dottie Munoz, Candace A. Smith, Sarah Cronin, Dr. Michelle Chin, Dr. Casey Call, and Bianca Arias, please stand. I read this resolution into the record, which states, whereas the Karen Purvis Institute of Child Development, a program of the Department of Psychology in the TCU College of Science and Engineering, has served the Tarrant County community and the world with distinction for 20 years, dedicated to improving the lives of children who have experienced early abuse, neglect, and trauma. And whereas the Karen Purvis Institute of Child Development was founded in 2005 by the late Dr. Karen Purvis and Dr. David Cross, evolving from Hope Connection camps into a globally recognized institute that pioneered trust-based relational intervention, an evidence-based model that addresses the complex needs of vulnerable children and youth who have experienced adversity and trauma. And whereas the Karen Purvis Institute of Child Development demonstrates exceptional responsiveness to crisis, exemplified by its 2025 Central Texas Flood Response Initiative, which provided free TBRI training to over 1,700 individuals across Texas and donated more than $132,000 in educational resources. And whereas, through its research, education, and outreach, the Karen Purvis Institute of Child Development empowers parents, professionals, and students with trauma-informed strategies that help children experience improved connections, decreases in behavioral problems, and healing from trauma. Now, therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize and honor the Karen Purvis Institute of Child Development on the occasion of its 20th anniversary, commending its unwavering dedication to vulnerable children and families, its profound impact on Tarrant County, Texas, the nation, and the world, and its continuation of Dr. Karen Purvis's legacy of hope, healing, and transformation. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 11th day of November, 2025. I move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion before voting? All right, please cast your vote.
Would you please join me down for a photo?
Passes unanimously. I don't even think.
Commissioner Miles, thank you very much, and commissioners and Judge, thank you. It is an honor for us to receive this recognition, and it is a privilege for us to be able to be here in Tarrant County, part of this incredible community. We are grateful for the support we receive from you all, as well as from the leadership of TCU, from the College of Science and Engineering. Dean McKay is here with us and chose just to support us from the seats over there, but we're very honored. We are incredibly blessed to be able to do this work, to meet the needs of children who've experienced trauma, and to support their families, to support their teachers, individuals in all areas where a child lives and grows and learns, whether that's residential or juvenile justice, or whether that is in our school systems, in advocacy, in our courtrooms. TBRI, Trust-Based Relational Intervention, is a method that anyone can use anywhere.
That's right.
And we are committed to meeting the needs of children in our own community and around the world, and appreciate your support and the support of others across this community who are partners with us in this effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, now we move to our consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
Move approval. Second.
All right, I think all of that was covered. I have no idea who. Any discussion on the amended consent agenda before we vote? All right, seeing none, cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. At this point, it is 11 a.m. We will get to the items that were removed from consent as soon as this break ends. So it's 11 a.m. We will meet back in here at 11:10. We are in recess until 11:10.
You humming Christmas music over there? Do it. No. Check yes or no. Oh,
Sing that to Jenny, not us. Come on, man.
no, she doesn't want.
All right, we're back from recess, and the first item up is, there'll be a series of items removed from consent. First one is C1, which is consideration of agreement with Corley Consulting LLC for Washington DC Consulting Services. Do we have motion or discussion on this item?
Yeah, I had this pulled just to make a couple of comments. Of course, the county needs a lobbyist or consultant in DC, so that's not at issue here. What I would like to see, so I have some questions. How many times has the county consulted or worked with Corley in the past year?
Hi, sorry, it took me a second to get back here.
Oh, that's
So
okay.
we, usually, Aaron in our office works with him on kind of a regular basis. So we have phone calls to them a lot. Just a couple examples of this past year. In, I think it was March, when we had the federal funding grant suspension, grants
Yeah.
that were pulled back early. We were reaching out to them to get a lot of information on what was going on, more detailed level stuff, so we could work on the federal funding suspense plan that we had. During this current federal funding shutdown, we've obviously been working with them to just get information out of them to understand kind of what's going on at the floor level, to make sure that we're prepared on things like that. Grants, a lot of time there's federal grants that come out. Rand and Helen's office will work with them just to see what the information is and make sure we're providing information. That's kind of the boots on the ground at the DC level. They also have kind of a local level here. Casey, who's kind of the local gentleman that's usually available to court members if there's questions that they may have, and certainly if court members are in DC and would like assistance in getting meetings set up and things like that, they assist with that as well.
Okay, what I would like to see
Yes, ma'am.
in the future, and I think it would benefit all of us, is just a report, an annual report from Corley detailing what they've done for the county.
We can do that.
All right, thank you. I move approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve this item. Do we have a second?
Second.
No, motion and a second. Any discussion before speaker? All right, Geraldine Cox. Is Ms. Cox present? No? All right. All right, we have our motion, we have our second. With no comments, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next, we go to item F8, which is consideration to accept fiscal year 2026 General Victim Assistance Direct Services Program Grant Award from the Office of the Governor, Criminal Justice Division for the Criminal District Attorney's Office Victim Services Unit.
Move approval. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion before speakers? Bishop Kirkland. Okay, any discussion before voting? Okay, cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Next, we have item F10, which is consideration of exceptions to fee schedule for court interpreters. I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion before speakers? All right, I can't imagine this is actually this person's name, but maybe it is. Jeanine. Jeanine, Jeanine. Is that person present? Real? Okay. Go ahead and cast your votes if there's no discussion. All right, passes unanimously. Next, I did F8, right? F8, F10. Next, we go to K6, K, Okay, 6, which is consideration to accept a donation of labor from Zenith Roofing and Waterproofing LLC for the installation and temporary loan of exterior Christmas lights at the J.D. Johnson Northwest Sub Courthouse.
Move approval. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Discussion.
Yes. I love to see this type of support from our community. But I want to ensure that this county is being responsible here. I don't see an agreement here, like a no-cost agreement or some, just an agreement document that ensures that the county is not exposed in case something happens on the installation of that light, those lights. And I was looking over other documents and agreements and saw a hold harmless agreement or provision. So I don't know if we'd have to come back to approve, or if we approve this here now, can they draft an agreement?
Yeah, if we, can we approve this and then ask them if the court desires to sign a hold harmless agreement?
Yes, that can be done.
Okay.
Accepting the donation is the only thing that's happening today, and them submitting that can be papered later.
Okay.
All right, anybody have a problem with that?
No, and I will say this, I was shocked last year, because we had to do this last year, and I was shocked that we have to go through the rigmarole when somebody wants to do something so kind for the county. I mean, you're talking tens of thousands of dollars in labor and lights and all that stuff just to make the courthouse beautiful. A local business wants to do that for us. But 100% agree that there should be no liability whatsoever. And that's why there's insurance companies.
Sure.
Yeah.
Can I amend it to include Precinct 3's courthouse too? Or is that,
Go get your own business.
And 1.
And 2, if they want to come put lights on, I've got 2 courthouses.
no, that's awesome.
But I
They're willing to do
appreciate,
that.
yes, I
That's very
appreciate
cool.
what they're doing.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, all the votes are in, passes unanimously. Next, we go to item N5, which is consideration of out-of-class pay extension in budget. Do we have discussion or motion there?
I have a couple of questions there. So this is for, oh, there she is. Hey, Helen. This is for Human Services Department, correct? This is for an employee in budget who is overseeing the shuttering of the Human Services Department?
She's the acting director at Human Services until the entire department is closed down,
Okay. Why do we need an acting director?
because we have no director out there.
Okay, why do we need a director? Because is the financial and systems manager still there?
Michelle Heckman is there, yes, business manager.
Okay, so the business manager is still there. Isn't she capable of,
No.
why not?
She's capable of doing things, but Rand is the one that was chosen by the county administrator's office and myself to be able to make sure that things close out smoothly. And Rand is also over the grant system, the grant project, where the committee scored and voted, and then the court voted on who would be receiving the $2.3 million. So Rand was the logical person in our mind to be able to do this.
Okay, so she works in budget.
And
She
she's
works-
already done this. It's not like she's going to do it. She's been doing it, and this is just a continuation.
I hear you, but I just don't see the need to give her that we've given her a different title for her to just simply do
She's
her.
working out of class. This is an HR question. This is in our salary administration guidelines. She's working out of the class of her job description, and when
I
you work out of the class
understand.
of your job description, HR has to evaluate that.
I'm not sure why she's even working out of class is the concern. She works in budget. She can oversee.
It's not her job description. Her job description is not overseeing another department.
Okay, well, she needs to let, you guys need to let Michelle Heckman do that work because she has been with Human Services as the budget business manager for how long?
And she was in my office prior to, so I know Michelle very well.
Right, and so I'm sure she can close that department down with oversight from,
The choice was for it to be Rand, who is already doing it, and Michelle has not been doing it, and Rand will continue.
you're telling me.
I'm saying she's the one who's doing it,
Okay, and she could, I just don't understand why she's getting out of class.
because it's not in her job description.
So, Helen, we can talk about this offline or we can keep going here. Michelle Heckman can do that job. You oversee several things that aren't necessarily in your job description. I don't think we have, do we still have clients showing up out there?
Yes, ma'am, we still do. Activity is still happening, business as usual until everything is shut down completely.
Okay.
And until we have the first process through, payments processing through the Center for Transforming Lives.
Okay. So she is fully capable, Michelle Heckman, of
Rand is too.
closing out that department. And so I'm not sure.
I probably would disagree with that. I don't want to talk negative about Michelle right now, but yeah.
Okay.
So, Commissioner.
So, all right.
Just one comment. Certainly if the court wants to vote this down, that would be direction to us that we need to reevaluate what we're doing. So, and we're happy to do that if that's what the court wants to do. As Helen said, this has kind of been a natural transition because of the role that Rand has played. Michelle is supporting her in that role. I believe that will be over by the end of this calendar year. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we're following SAG and policy with what we've previously done. But again, if the court wants to vote this down, we'll take that into consideration and we'll readjust how we divide staff on that.
Yeah, as I see it, Rand's just doing her job. And Michelle Heckman, who's been the business manager there, can close that place down when the time comes. That's my position.
All right, do we have a motion on this item?
Move for approval. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion? Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes 4-1. Takes us to item R1. R1 in purchasing, the purchase of SAP SuccessFactors software licenses. Do we have motion or discussion on this item?
I move approval and I have discussion.
All right, we have a motion to approve. I'll second it. All right, discussion.
So, where are we? This is for Mr. Mendez, so thank you. Where are we with considering an upgrade or replacement to SAP?
So the study to evaluate our ERP options was started about 3 months ago. And the report is due at the beginning of December to the staff internally. And we are expecting it to have for consideration by the Commissioners Court in the December session, I believe is on the 16th, but please don't quote me on the date on that. At that point, we will have a recommendation for a way to move forward with the delineation of the total cost of ownership over the next 10 years. And some of the issues associated with the transition. Transitions from a system like ERP, if we're going to make it either as an upgrade or a transition to another system, are necessarily very painful, and I will not lie about that. And so we need to make sure that everybody understands not only the cost implications, upfront and total cost of ownership over 10 years, but also some of the disruption that will take place because of that upgrade. And after we make that recommendation, hopefully we can move into an execution phase sometime in the early part of the next calendar year. At that point, I expect that the process will take somewhere between 18 to 24 months until it is completed.
Okay, so this software that we are approving today, we we'll still need that software.
That is
because
correct.
that process will take a couple of years.
That is correct. It will be utilized until such time as we either upgrade it or replace it with similar functionality, but in either case, at a lower total cost of ownership.
Okay. And I don't think our version of SAP can be upgraded, correct?
It can.
Okay.
It can.
I
We are
underst-
currently
I
running.
understand it hadn't been updated in 15 years.
Let me elaborate. So we are running a version called R3. R3 was actually released in the last century. But the SAP continues to provide updates on a constant basis. As a matter of fact, the last time that we upgraded the system was less than a month ago. So there's always updates that are being provided. But it is a system that, without a shadow of a doubt, no longer compares usefully with the modern ERPs that we see today.
Correct.
And it has a higher cost of ownership because it needs more personnel to maintain it. Now, there are opportunities, for example, from SAP for an upgrade into the next version, which is called S/4HANA. And with that comes additional functionality, much better interfaces. And if we go to a cloud model or to a hybrid cloud model where we actually run the software, but in our cloud instead of our data center, and I apologize for going technical on you,
Yeah,
but I'll
this
be
is
glad
good.
to explain any of that. Then the cost of ownership for that upgrade would come down in terms of the licenses and maintenance on an ongoing basis and staffing costs. But with the understanding that even then, the cost to move from R3 to S4 is a substantial expense.
Sure.
But that's going to be the case regardless of what we decide to take.
But we've had SAP for how long?
I believe that we've had SAP since 2012, but I would ask. 2003. Okay, so we're talking about almost 25-year period. Yeah.
So that stuff should be end of life at this point, right?
That should be in the.
End of life. If we've had.
Yeah, actually, SAP has indicated that they were end of lifing R3, the version, in 2026. But recently, because there are so many very large clients that are still using it throughout the world, literally thousands, they've decided to extend support and patching and security releases until 2030. I would not be surprised if come 2030, they decide to extend it further. Because there are companies that have investments in SAP that are in the hundreds of millions and actually even potentially billions of dollars that provide them with incredibly complex supply chain and manufacturing capabilities, right? And their cost of transition to another system or of upgrade is measured in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And so they are necessarily, trying to avoid that as long as they can. But the reality is that the cost that you are avoiding and the disturbance that you are avoiding in that comes with a cost in terms of the number of people that are continuing to provide support for it. And so for the county, I believe that a better look at that is a total cost of ownership over 10 years that might require an upfront investment, but that over time will lower that total cost. Right now, we're estimating that total cost of ownership for SAP, should we decide to do nothing for the next 10 years, is in excess of $60 million. And I apologize if any of that was too much into the technical details, but.
That was good.
It's a very consequential and important decision that the court will face, sometime at the beginning of the calendar year. But that I believe that if we make the right decision going forward, it will generate substantial cost savings versus the status quo.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because this is some outdated stuff. SAP, it's clunky. It reminds me of DOS. It's old.
Having had the pleasure of using DOS 1.0, I can commiserate with that, which tells you how old I am.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Any other questions?
My concerns were the exact same as Commissioner Simmons. We've all had, I think, challenges with SAP functionality, and it's based on the age and iteration that we're using. So I had the same exact concern whenever this item came up, but I recognize that, even if we are to switch,
Yeah.
we're gonna need it for the next 12 to 18 to 24 months anyways. So supportive of this item, but looking forward to hearing your report next month.
Very good. I just want to point out, you just said 12, 18, 24. I just said 18, 24. There's not going to be a 12-month period.
He's like, take the 12 out.
Yeah, take the 12 out, Commissioner.
Well, as I tell all of my road guys, I want it done half the time that they say we can get it done.
There you go. Very good.
All right,
Any
thanks,
other
sir.
questions?
Thank you. All right, we have all the votes in. Any further discussion? All right, passes unanimously. Now it takes us to R29, which is consideration of an amendment to an RFP regarding the annual contract for oblique and orthophotography aerial imagery services. And I was going to pull this item, but we also have a speaker. So do we have anybody from the staff that can answer the questions about this?
We do. We actually have members of our staff here, and we also have members of TAD here if there's any questions specifically for TAD.
So can you tell us again what the county and the 911 district use this for?
Certainly. The county uses it for mapping for several different reasons. In my mind, most importantly, for mapping for the sheriff's office for 911 dispatch, as well as mapping for facility or for facilities and transportation, for new subdivisions or road and bridge, issues like that. TAD uses it to assist with their appraisals.
Yeah, so right now, this is shared between three different agencies, entities, whatever we want to call them.
Correct.
And if legally, my understanding, because my office is engaged in some serious discussions, I guess you would say, with folks on this, if we don't have the ability, we would have to go back out and issue a new RFP if we were trying to exclude TAD from participating in this. Is that correct?
That's our understanding. We've had some conversations with the CDA, and that based on their understanding and reading of the contract, we can't just pull an entity out of the agreement.
Okay.
And so,
And who is here from TAD? All right, come on up here. So let's just assume that the court sent this back and said, happy to do it for the sheriff's office and the 911 district. Are y'all still going to go enter into a contract to get this?
Yes, sir, Judge. We would have to use this for our appraisal work.
And so essentially, we would be costing taxpayers more money if we didn't split the costs, and you're still going to have it. What do you use it for?
At the appraisal district?
Yeah.
Both the real property departments, commercial and residential, use it for various functions. Mr. McKissick can speak to residential. We verify components. I'm more of the commercial end of the type property we look at. We can verify components of warehouses. We can measure warehouses from the sky, from this software. We can determine if a warehouse is 100% climate controlled or just has a little 10% corner that has an office that's climate controlled. We can find out about properties for appraisal, for the litigation process, in situations where they may not care to have us enter the property. We can determine various components of construction that are important to the valuation process. We also, and he can speak to it if you want more details on that, we also protect the taxpayer by, if they tear something down, we see that it's gone and we take it off of the roll. I will say one more thing. The other very important person in this trifecta is really a fourth arm that the public uses the pictometry on our website for various purposes, and they say they love it, they rely on it. I don't have any statistics, but we have lots of anecdotal, evidence that they appreciate having that available to them.
All right, those are the questions I have. Court members?
And y'all are already using aerial imagery at TAD at this point, right?
We've been using it for a couple of decades, I think.
Okay. And this may be an unfair question, and if you don't have the data for it, just tell me. But do we know how many times appraisals have gone up through the use of aerial imaging? Do we have a percentage of once that drone flies over, appraisals go up?
No, I mean, the whole county gets flown over. So, we're not interested in up or down. We're just interested in accurate. When we have down markets, things go down. And in my example of a building being raised or demolished, that would be a case where it would take a value component away from an appraisal that we find out this way. It's amazing, how many people, don't share things that would benefit them. If I tear down my guest house, I would love to tell my appraisal district that it's gone.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, any other questions from the court? All right, we have a speaker, Mr. Palmer.
Thank you. Really quickly, in response to Tad's comments about aerial being used to identify structures no longer there, i.e. to voluntarily reduce an appraisal without the property owner notifying them first, I don't think the enthusiasm level is quite there, just like the same it is to look for AC units and look for ways to increase appraisals. No fiscal impact. Following the last discussion of this item, it was still unclear whether you were voting on renewal or simply approving to get higher resolution imagery. This is the exact same language as was presented at the last meeting. It is described as an amendment. It isn't properly listed on the agenda, which is another larger issue with these items you're asked to consider. Obviously, the prevailing concern here is privacy and Fourth Amendment protections. Also, generally, it is pretty vague what they're asking authorization for. They aren't showing you a comparison between existing quality of imagery and the proposed new. We don't even know if the improved imagery is worth the additional cost. Maybe there are other vendors out there for cheaper. Also, you don't know if this is going to be developed into something that can be used to track people. In the supporting document, it specifies that unlimited number of users may log on for access to these images. Conceivably, this opens the door for warrantless access to see into people's yards, garages, potentially through windows. No records generated when an individual accesses these images. Can't see who all is looking via open records. It says in the supporting documents that the cities within the county will have access. You'll find that in the supporting document. If you support this, that's fine. Why aren't they chipping in if they have access? And they do want access, obviously, for code violations and other purposes. Again, no records generated for us to be able to see who's looking and why. Also, generally, it is pretty vague what they're asking authorization for. They aren't showing you a comparison between the existing quality of image. Got that? Options. They're probably a cheaper product that TAD could go find, that they could consider publicly, and let the public tell them what level of resolution imagery that is acceptable to them. Also note that moving back to 2 meetings a month would cut the agenda down to the point that it would be manageable for staff to adequately brief commissioners to the point you are sufficiently informed. You almost approved this mislabeled, mischaracterized expenditure item last month, not knowing if it was a decision on whether to upgrade image quality or rather to approve the expenditure up or down. Please demand more of staff, and please take seriously the concerns outlined today. I've got a couple seconds left. So I think one of the reasons why this just sails through in other taxing entities is you don't see the plane, you don't see the satellite or the drone. I would like you to consider whether you would approve it if it were a 20-foot pole or some such thing just outside your backyard with a camera up there looking down onto your property. I know it's for 911, I know it's for the safety of the children. I'm not even attacking the debt today. So I will remind you respectfully, you said you're considering tabling this or taking it off the agenda, so I appreciate that consideration.
All right, court members, discussion, motion.
I move approval. I respect everything Mr. Palmer brings to this court. I mean, it's 2026 almost, so there are drones and cameras and they're every place. I worked for the Tarrant County 911 District for 18 years, so I 100% know the value of pictometry and obtaining, being able to address correctly, and then whatever TAD says they do with the data. But I support it.
So that was a motion to approve.
Yeah.
Sitting here today, we are under contract with this entity. This is to amend the contract for sharper images.
Yes.
What exactly does the 911 district use it for?
Addressing.
A what?
Addressing streets and new streets, old streets.
They use it to
into
map
the
new
system.
development.
To know where to
new
send
streets.
emergency personnel to go.
Exactly.
Yes.
Without it, they would not be able to dispatch accurately.
When you say without it, you're talking about without the product. You're not talking about without the amendment. Is that correct?
Correct. However, this amendment, we need to get a new flyover scheduled as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And typically, it's best to do that in the fall, winter, when foliage is at its lowest. And we're holding off on scheduling the flyover based on this amendment because we need to know what type of flyover or what type of equipment we're gonna be using.
Okay. All right. We have a motion. Who are you?
My name is Ramon Campos. I'm the GIS manager. I wanted to add a little detail to that question about 911. 911 would use this for situational awareness ahead of time. Say a 911 caller calls in, they're able to look at this imagery as a base map, and they're able to coordinate with the boots on the ground, common operating picture, that kind of stuff.
Are they able to see it live?
No, this is not live data.
So it's still imagery.
It's been flown, say, winter months between November and February, and then it's available for them throughout the entire year.
And the only thing this is doing is just making what already exists sharper.
Correct.
Okay. All right. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Yeah, we have a second. Commissioner Miles, any further discussion? All right. Cast your votes. Man, I've never sat there. All right, passes 3-2. Gets us to R46. R46 is consideration of Tarrant County purchasing policies and procedures manual revisions, amendment of section 10. I will move to approve. Do we have a second? We have a second. Discussion? All right, speaker, Mr. Palmer.
Computer not working. This is a request by the purchasing agent to essentially no longer have to get as many bids on items. They've moved the categories down where you just have to get less bids than you did before. I don't think this is a good idea. I'd like you to take a really close look at that. Second. All right, so the reason I don't think you ought to do this is we need to tighten up, and we need to be looking as closely at purchases now as we have been in the past. There's no reason. And if you do want to make it a little bit less restrictive on how many bids to get, move it by $1,000, move the categories by $1,000. The main concern I have with it is that you'll see in the supporting document that the manual is removing the requirement of the purchasing agent to adhere to state law. It says that it will no longer be a violation of statute to deviate from the policy regarding a $50,000 purchase. It is just simply a it would just be a simple violation of the policy itself. So I don't know who's asking for this or why they want you to approve this. I'm going to ask you not to approve that. This came to my attention. So I went to the PCC meeting. That was great. Republicans, Libertarians are invited. But we came up with a group of people that are analyzing the agenda just to help you guys not miss anything. I missed this at that meeting, and I found this just by virtue of being on YouTube, and I saw the meeting of the purchasing agent meeting last week, and I found out that, was it 374? At least 300 items are missing out of the county. And I think it was a minute of silence went by, almost a minute. They were looking for one item to tell you what was missing. And I thought she was looking for a paper clip or a pencil was missing or an eraser or something like that. Come to find out, we're missing a red tool cabinet, TVs, AV equipment, and the apparatus for a canine unit that the dog goes in. It's in the back of the canine vehicle. You know, I guess it just fell down through the seats or something. But the reason I bring that up is let's focus on that before we start loosening up the constraints on purchasing. All right? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? All right, passes unanimously. Now we come to our regular section. The first item is consideration of out-of-state travel requests. There's only one item on this. Do we have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next item is consideration of a resolution casting votes for the election of Tarrant Appraisal District Board of Directors. Do we have a motion there?
I move that we give our votes to Mike Alfred.
Second.
We have a motion to give all of, is it all of Tarrant County's
All of
votes to
Tarrant
Michael
County's
Alfred?
votes.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on that item. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, we have, well, that's an interesting color combo I've never seen before. That's a 3-1 and an abstention, so it passes. Next item is consideration to canvass the results of the general constitutional amendment election held on November 4, 2025.
Move for approval.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve canvassing the results of the November 4th election. Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Hey, Clint. So I would like Clint to, because I got this request from the public to explain, detail what canvassing of the vote means and the steps.
Yes, Commissioner. So canvassing of the vote is making it's certifying the official results. So election night are unofficial results because not everything at that point has been counted and tallied. So there's a process that we go through after the election to ensure every vote that was supposed to be counted was counted. Every vote that shouldn't be counted is not counted. There's the good example, provisional ballots that people cast. They have a time to cure those. Say you showed up to a polling location, you forgot your ID. You will cast a provisional ballot. You have, well, in this case, up until yesterday, to show up to my office at 5 o'clock with your ID and say, yes, that is me. We say, yes, that is you, and we recommend that that ballot then be counted. It then goes over to the ballot board. They see the recommendation, see that, yes, you are a registered voter, you provided your ID, and that ballot then gets cast, and that's when those votes are added to the total. Similar things with the absentee ballots that come in that meet the specific deadlines overseas like that. So that's when everything has been totaled, counted. Those items that did not cure are not counted. And then we come here before you, presenting you the final numbers. This is every single vote that was cast in this election to certify that and close out the election.
Okay, so what you got election night, once everything was delivered to elections, you post the vote totals. Those are the unofficial
Correct.
totals. And then you take all these steps that you just mentioned to get to the official count, and we have to approve it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What's the deadline for overseas ballots after an election?
So it would have been, they had until Monday at 7 o'clock for us to receive it in our office.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and is it my understanding that the ballot board came in this morning to finalize things?
No, we stayed last night. till
Able to do it
everything was
last night?
done.
Okay. Well, thank everyone for their service there. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, we have two speakers, Amy Super and Alexander Montalvo.
Commissioners, I'd just like to thank you for the opportunity to serve as the presiding judge for this past election. If you ever have any questions about the specifics of ballot board, I'm happy to answer them for you. And that is all my comments until we get to the general comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is Mr. Montalvo present? Okay, any other discussion? Please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. That was for the constitutional amendment election. Now it's consideration to canvass the results of the Senate District 9 special election held on November 4th, 2025.
Move for approval?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve that item. Any discussion? All right, Bishop Kirkland.
I just want to say, man, I want to start with the Commissioners Court, Mr. Clint, my Marine buddy, for doing such a great job. You guys have stimulated my village to vote in such a way that I have not seen them vote in a long time. A lot of people were confused as to where they were supposed to vote. So I just kind of did drive-bys to just kind of look around to see these long lines of Negroes waiting to vote. So just keep doing what you're doing, and in Tarrant County will no longer be magenta, it will be blue as hell.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any further discussion? All right, cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Brings us now to facilities management, consideration of a property use and fee waiver request from the Tarrant County Historical Commission to conduct guided public tours of the 1895 courthouse during the Parade of Lights. Do we have a motion there?
Move for approval.
Second.
A motion and a second on this item. Any discussion? All right, we have a motion. It was actually Commissioner Ramirez. All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Now we go to C2, consideration of a property use and fee waiver request from Tarrant County Precinct 1 Commissioner, staff, and volunteers to use the Plaza Building loading bay to decorate their float for the GM Parade of Lights. Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote.
I guess I do want to know if Commissioner Miles will be doing the decorating for the flow.
Actually will.
Okay.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
I will be there.
I love it.
Did you make that motion?
No, I don't.
I seconded something.
Y'all, this is Roderick Miles over here. Say hi, Roderick. So I think I made that motion.
Yeah, I think you did.
Okay. All right, please cast your votes.
Hi, Roderick.
I pass unanimously. Please introduce yourselves, everyone here. Item C3, It's consideration of a property use and fee waiver request from Justice of the Peace Precinct 2 to use the sub-courthouse in Arlington to conduct a landlord-tenant legislative update workshop.
Move approval.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, but we are in just all kinds of disarray here. I meant to be a second, but you're welcome to have it. Okay. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Now, item D1, consideration to update the Tarrant County Fire Code for unincorporated areas of Tarrant County.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. Commissioner Ramirez? No. All right, passes unanimously. Item E1, consideration of changes to the table of organization and community development. I will move to approve that item.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. We have an aye. There it is. All right, passes unanimously, 5-0. Next up, purchasing. All right, we have multiple items in purchasing. Does anybody have any questions on items F1 through 8? All right, I will make a motion to approve items F1 through 8.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve items F1 through 8. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Now, permission to take bids and RFPs. At the request of one commissioner, something's been taken off of here. T and U are off of here. So you're voting on A through V, not T or U. Do we have a motion on this?
Move for approval. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to award permission to take bids and RFPs on items A through V excluding T and U. All right, any discussion? Okay, cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Next, we have, is it G1 is next? Tax assessor, consideration of property tax waivers of penalty and interest.
Move for approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second on this. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next, we have, under the county judge section, consideration of a resolution approving assignment of private activity bond authority to Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs and containing other provisions relating to the subject. Can we get a member of staff to explain to the court exactly what this is? Does anybody have any questions on it? I move to approve.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion is second. Anybody have any discussion? Questions?
I do. I just have a question. Given Tarrant County Housing Finance Corporation's success in issuing these bonds in the past, why and how is this beneficial to the county to enter into this agreement?
So, I can give an answer, but anybody else want to have an answer to this? So, what this whole program does is provide single-family mortgage loans to low and moderate income home buyers at below market interest rates. It's first-time home buyers in Tarrant County. So when you have the high cost of housing we have, this is a way to help people get into a home that is theirs at a lower than normal interest rate than what they would pay on the open market.
So the court is doing this, not the HFC, correct?
Well, the court is the governing body, obviously, of the county and is the one that is the sponsor agency of the Housing Finance Corporation. So the approval has to come through here, the lawyers tell me.
Okay.
Because we voted on this at the HFC Commission in June, I think, to authorize or to look into this. And I think this is just now the completion of it.
Okay, so I thought the HFC was its own body that could approve its own actions.
It has already approved, and now the final step that state law requires is us to approve
Okay,
what
so this is required by
Yes.
state law. Okay.
Okay.
If you don't need an answer, I have a brief answer. It's similar to what you said. The HFC approved this assignment in June. The folks that are the counsel for the HFC came back and said there's a final step where the Commissioners Court normally will approve what the action that the HFC took. That's what this would be doing today.
Okay, thanks, Ruth. That answers that question. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions or comments? If not, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. And now we are to board and commission appointments. Do we have any motions for any board or commission appointments?
I do.
I do as well.
All right. I'll move to appoint myself to TIF 3, the downtown Fort Worth TIF, TIF 8, the downtown Lancaster TIF, TIF 9, and then I move to approve Tracy Knight as TIF 15 Stockyards.
All right, that's a motion to approve
second.
all of those things. We have a motion and a second. Any
Second.
discussion?
No.
All right, please, because this is not programmed into the thing, if you are in favor of this motion, which has been seconded, please raise your hand. Okay, passes unanimously. Any others?
Yeah, I'd like to appoint Jamal Williams to TIF 12 board and Patrick Winfield to the TIF 13 board.
All right, there's a motion to appoint those
Second.
gentlemen. We have a second there. Any discussion on that? All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, passes unanimously. Any other board or commission appointments? All right, seeing none, do we have any bonds or certificates of self-insurance?
We do, Judge. We have one today for Nicholas Beggs. He's the public probate administrator for probate court number 2. That is a certificate of self-insurance in the amount of $100,000.
All right, I will move to approve that item.
Second.
We have a motion and a second there. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next, we have briefing operational impact of Tarrant County redistricting.
So was it? Good afternoon officially, Judge and Commissioners. The only significant update I have on this today is we've been talking about the videos and the social media distribution that we've been doing. We've already also started some physical distribution. So we've created a half-page flyer that describes the website where you can go to and look up your voting precinct as it would be effective as of January 1. And it looks like we have over 10,000 flyers that have been created. Those are half-page flyers. They were created in 3 languages, English, Spanish, and Vietnamese, which are our 3 voting languages. We have added those to over 30 county facilities. And I don't know if they've been distributed yet, but I know they were being printed as of last week, and our look is to get them out there so there's something physical that people can have outside of the virtual stuff that we've been doing.
Is it posted yet?
Excuse me?
Is it posted, that flyer? As a graphic, is it on?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Yeah, the social stuff has already been done, and we're continuing to push that. We're just making a physical card available for those that are foot traffic in a lot of our county facilities.
Gotcha.
One question or one
Yes, sir.
comment. I got a comment from a constituent who said that this was before the elections, that when she went to go and look and see on the county website what precinct she was in or where she was voting, it still reflected that she was a constituent in precinct 1. It hadn't been updated yet, so let's make sure.
So, may I address that?
Yes,
so
please.
We have, for purposes to try to avoid exactly that confusion, because we're still operating under current maps until January 1, What you will be is on the redistricting website, which is what the QR code points to. What currently is on the elections website. So we did not want to have the two side by side and people get confused. So we purposefully separated those. As soon as January 1 hits and the new precincts become official, that GIS will migrate over to the election site.
So we need to do a better job of communicating that to people where to go to find it, to go to the redistricting website.
We can review that messaging, sir.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions or comments from the court? All right, our one speaker is Bishop Kirkland.
Redistricting does not work. It is an act of futility. Texas Governor Abbott, his dirty work, and California Governor Mr. Newsom retaliated. It's just an ongoing cycle. I want and will continue to beat an old horse. What you Republicans did with redistricting in Tarrant County is wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong, it's wrong, and I won't stop saying that it's wrong. It's a waste of money, and more than anything else, it further erodes our trust in this entire body.
All right, next item is public comments. First speaker is Catherine Godby. Following Ms. Godby is Harriet Harrell.
Depraved indifference is a legal standard or mental state that shows a blatant disregard for human life. Depraved indifference describes conduct that is so morally reprehensible that it can be treated as equivalent to an intentional crime. On September 19th, the Tarrant Juvenile Board, which includes Judge Alex Kim and all these other judges, plus our county judge, Tim O'Hare, sent a letter to the Juvenile Justice Department letting the state know that nearly a third of our youth are waiting to be transferred. The letter said, "We know you're short-staffed, but we can't wait anymore. We're asking the state prison system for adults to take these youth. We want to send these children to adult prison." On October 2nd, TJJD writes back, hold on, you do know that's illegal, right? The law does not allow you to send children to prison with adults. So, what is this? Either our Tarrant Juvenile Board is remarkably ignorant, or it just doesn't give a damn. Depraved indifference. As we learned from the Texas Tribune, we sent twice the number of youth to state custody than Harris County, and 70% of them, 7-0, were Black. That is the handiwork of juvenile judge Alex Kim's tough on crime approach. Most of these kids were sent to state custody for violating probation, and over 40% of those violations were for things the public will surely be terrified about. These kids missed school. They missed a meeting with their probation officer. For those horrifying technical misdeeds, they're sent to a state youth prison system with a decades-long reputation for abusing the children they're supposed to care for. This spike in probation violations might be the handiwork of County Judge Tim O'Hare, because he led the charge to cancel the contract with youth advocate programs. Now MHMR has that contract. Does MHMR provide the high-quality mentoring yet provided? Does it have relationships with 50 employers who give these kids jobs? Does it provide tuition reimbursement for the parents of these kids? Those are just a few of the high-quality programs yet provided, but Judge O'Hare canceled its contract because he thinks it is woke. Consequently, poor Black youth suffer. They're pushed now into a school-to-prison pipeline, and many will never get out. Depraved indifference is not a crime in itself, but it describes conduct that is so morally reprehensible that it's equivalent to an intentional crime.
Thank you. Dr. Harrell is up. Following Dr. Harrell is Elizabeth Miller.
I'm here to report to you on the first People's Commissioners Court, which was held last month, with an enthusiastic crowd and lots of wonderful ideas. We are going to be meeting again on November the 18th at Blanc Co-work and Studio Space, and everyone is invited. One of the ideas from last month was that we periodically focus on a topic and bring in experts to guide our discussion and help us determine what next steps are needed. On the 18th, we're going to focus on the ongoing topic of deaths and human rights abuses in the Tarrant County Jail. Our expert will be Krish Gundu, co-founder and executive director of the Texas Jail Project. She has been most helpful to the Justice Network and to the Broadway Justice Committee. Beyond that, she is widely published and quoted in the New York Times, Slate, The New Yorker, and other national publications. So we are extremely fortunate that she will be Zooming in with us. We'll have time for public comments and then let Krish provide her insights before we work together to determine next steps, because the goal that we have is to make change. As before, we encourage you to sign up to attend, bring a potluck dish. The food last time was truly amazing, and or sign up to speak. We, again, appreciate the opportunity that we can come and talk to you in this context, but we urge you and everyone to come to the People's Commissioners Court for actual interaction and for planning to create change. This is a real opportunity to receive insights, to broaden perspectives, and to solicit input from Tarrant County citizens. And so we hope to see you there on November 18th. Thank you.
Is Elizabeth Miller present? Following Ms. Miller, we have Carla Palomares.
Good afternoon. I am a resident of Precinct 3. I am also a local civil liberties activist. I spent most of the year in Austin and have stories to tell. I am also policy director for an organization called the Republican Liberty Caucus of Texas, who many of you may be familiar with. And we are getting more organized in this area right now. And that's mainly what I wanted to take a moment, I appreciate your time, to discuss with you, is to let you know that there are a lot of people in Tarrant County who are concerned about various issues. Those people aren't just Democrats. They're also Republicans and independents, libertarians, and others. I mean, we could be here all day, no telling what all we have out there now. But Republican Liberty Caucus is concerned. Specifically, Republican Liberty Caucus, many of whom are very enthusiastic believers in a right to life, and they believe that extends to the Tarrant County Jail. Many of whom are legally innocent people, not that that matters. Guilty people deserve a right to life as well. Even people and human beings that are born in that building, if not especially. So this year, when I spent all that time in Austin, perhaps the thing I am most proud of is the fact that I would say, as we were having conversations about jail deaths and jail safety and what the obligation this government has to all of its citizens and non-citizens, if one truly believes in natural rights, right? All humans, because they are created. When we were having that conversation, I was talking about the jail death problem in Tarrant County. And I would say, perhaps you haven't heard, but we have a jail death problem. And by the end of the very long sessions, they said, yeah, I've heard that. So the word's out. We know, we're paying attention. I don't speak on behalf of Republican Liberty Caucus, but I can say that a lot of people I know are also concerned about this court's lack of accessibility to all of us, the lack of transparency to all of us. And I have had this conversation with somebody who may be joining this court, and he knows. So we're paying attention and we're concerned, and you will probably hear more from us. And I would love to have more conversations about that outside of this room.
Thank you. Is Ms. Palomares present? Following Ms. Palomares, we have Amy Super.
My name is Carla Palomares, Fort Worth resident, Precinct 4. I'm just here to be on record with my frustration and disappointment with the decision this court made to close over 100 polling locations across Tarrant County just before the November 4th constitutional and special elections. I certainly don't expect y'all to feel remorse or regret for your actions here on this court. I have zero faith that the individuals who should be moved in their hearts and in their minds and through their votes by the people who show up to this court every single meeting to voice their rightful demands of how this court needs to operate, I have zero faith that y'all will ever be moved. But I am here to serve as a reminder that your reign of misconduct, of disrespect, of negligence will end next November. I spent a lot of time walking all over Tarrant County these past few months. That's why you might have missed me. And calling and texting voters to help remind them about the November 4th elections happening. Come election day, I was on the phone talking and texting residents all over Fort Worth, Saginaw, Keller, Arlington, North Richland Hills, and other municipalities who shared how they had been waiting in line for 45 minutes to an hour. This was a constant all day. I went by 2 locations nearby my house at 7 p.m. after polls had closed and saw lines outside. People were waiting in the dark to vote in Northside. I saw videos of long lines at many locations that were absent of early voting locations being close in proximity to those areas. In Southside, driving over 15 minutes to get to an early voting location is a challenge for most people who do not have adequate access to transportation services or their own vehicles. Trinity Metro did their part to try to offer free rides, but I talked to many people who were not in proximity to those bus stops, to a light rail, to anything. It's completely falling on this court who decided to shut residents, taxpayers, and voters out. And if this continues to happen, it's going to become more abundantly clear that y'all don't give a single you-know-what about our residents, about our taxpayers, about the voters of this county. So get ready for next November.
Following Ms. Super, we have Billy Wilson.
Well, what a great speaker to follow that with, considering that I'm going to also address that topic. Data has no agenda. Data is not partisan. Data was used to determine why we had poll sites where we had them, why we had the numbers that we had of poll sites. And I can tell you that data will also show you that we have had greater voter turnout when we've had less early voting sites than when we've had more early voting sites. As I said, data doesn't lie. You can find it on the Tarrant County Elections website. There was a basis upon which those decisions were made. I can tell you about my own voting experience. I was real busy the last few weeks working on the ballot board. A lot of long hours. We got it out there at 2:30 in the morning, the day following Election Day, after starting at 8 o'clock in the morning. I voted on a weekend at a very busy poll site. I was in and out. There was no line whatsoever. My husband was a little bit derelict, waited till Election Day. He managed to get on his phone, find the website, find the little link to see where the places were that were closest that didn't have a line. He had a plethora of which to choose from on Election Day. Went to a site less than 5 minutes from our home and was in and out in less than 5 minutes. I've heard the same thing from other voters throughout the county. So I'm going to suggest that rather than going onto your social media and perhaps using more of a partisan rhetoric meant to criticize the actions that were taken in setting up these sites and this is past implying, outright stating that those were meant to suppress the votes of brown and black people. I would suggest that you get off of your racial identity politics pulpit and look at the data and understand that those decisions had data that backed them up. And I would suggest that instead of doing that, perhaps you could put more emphasis on posting links every single day that would show people where to go to vote, where to go to find out where the closest place is to vote. maybe suggesting that if they are able to go and vote during one of the 13 days, 12 of which were consecutive days, for a total of 122 hours to cast your vote in this election alone, that they put some consideration into that instead of focusing on the negative that is data-driven. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, following Mr. Wilson, we have Joe Palmer.
Where'd he go? I can't believe you. Hold on. Where'd you go? Come back. Why are you not pulling up? Okay, Wallace pulling up. Billy Wilson, Precinct 2. Hyder Garcia did a good job. Crystal Mason should not have been persecuted. Baby Chastity and Anthony Johnson should be alive. Examples, as I believe, of oppression. Oppression, unjust, or the cruel exercise of authority in power. In preparation for our 100th anniversary of Black History Month, I asked some youth what should be the theme. They decided that the theme should be rooted in resilience. After some critical thinking, resistance against what? Oppression. At this time, I would like to honor the loss of a Fort Worth example of resilience, Vester Owens, a World War II veteran who recently passed this weekend at 103 years old. I honor him. I honor my father, my uncles, my cousins, my nephews, and everybody else who has served in this war for America. Though I didn't serve, I do feel a sense of debt. But then the word came to me that said that we war not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers on high. So I have an obligation and a privilege to fight for spiritual warfare of ideas. Thank you, Bishop Kirkland, for fighting both the physical and the spiritual battlefield. Harvard professor Vincent Brown said in his lecture, Black History, Africa's Warning to the World, states that violence has an afterlife, and oppression births militant response. When in your private deliberation you decide that you want to oppress someone, you are engaging in low-intensity war. And once you declare war on people, they feel it, and they will rebel. We offer a better way, a way that recognizes the values of those with whom you differ. In short, treat people the way that you would like to be treated, or in inverse, don't do unto other people things you wouldn't want done to you. So, we are smarter than me. In this time of Thanksgiving, which is my favorite holiday, I thank God that we can get along, that we can do the right thing. All we have to do is make a decision. And so I invite you to join with all of us instead of some of us, so that we can make this county what it needs to be, and we can make this world what it needs to be. And Ms. Palomares, wherever she went, I know she had zero faith in y'all, but I got 100% faith in justice, and God's will be done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Following Mr. Palmer, we have Vicki Goodwin.
Good
Are you Miss
afternoon.
Goodwin? It's Mr. Palmer's turn. Come on up, Mr. Palmer.
I'm still working on what I was going to say anyway. It would have been fine. Well, I'll be the second person to thank Bishop Kirkland. Somebody commented on his speech, so I'm back and listened to it. It's really excellent. Thank you. Monday, November 24th, is the first meeting of the Republican Liberty Caucus here in Tarrant County. It's going to be on November 24th, Monday, at Mexican Inn on Bedford. That's at 6 p.m. And I assume they'll let me join their group. Our beliefs are limited government, individual liberty, and free enterprise. I had a friend named Fred Disney. That name you may remember that name. He was a precinct chair here in Tarrant County for the Republican Party. He passed away 5 years ago. He was a B-17 bomber pilot. And I did the math. He must have been 16, 17 years old, but hands, very large, strong hands, and is well into his 90s. I would give him rides. We would go around the state. He would present a presentation on his time at a camp. He was shot down over Belgium, but people loved it. He delivered a message, and every time I would drop him off at his house, he would slam my door. He'd say, "Thanks for the ride," and he'd slam the door, and I just loved it because he was strong enough to do that. And one day, he got out of the car, and he didn't say anything, and he didn't slam the door, and I looked over, and he's reaching his hand. And so I shook his hand, and he said, "I want to thank you for everything you're doing for our beloved republic." And I said, "Fred, I
I've never enlisted. I've never picked up a rifle to defend my country. I don't know why you're saying that to me. And he said, you don't have to pick up a rifle. You just have to pick up a pen, pick up the phone, talk to people. And what I took from that was that the war for personal liberty, the war for independence that we enjoy the fats of, we enjoy the fruits of here in this country, it goes on. What was the phrase you used? The quiet war or the perpetual war? It's true. So I would just like to invite you to get excited about your agenda. When something comes up and you think this might be a liberty item or this might be an item that yay or nay, this is going to restore somebody's liberties or restore somebody's private property, their privacy, go to war for them. Go to war for your people. You didn't run to represent the taxing entity or the culture of politics that exists in these meetings. This room, these meetings, all week, all month, all year, when you're in term of office, you're surrounded by people who benefit from the system, from the apparatus. They get a paycheck. And that influences what they say to you. So just be mindful of that and go to war for us. Really appreciate it. And thanks for considering the imagery earlier.
Thank you. Following Ms. Goodwin, now Bishop Kirkland.
Sorry for jumping the gun there.
It's okay.
My husband told me our parking meter is about up, so I think I was trying to go faster. So I am State Representative Vicki Goodwin. Very nice to see you, Judge. Commissioner Kraus.
Good to see you, Rep.
With you. So you might be wondering why a state representative from the Austin area is here in Tarrant County. And I will tell you that because I am running statewide now for Lieutenant Governor, I am traveling the state trying to learn about the different areas. It came to my attention recently that in Tarrant County, y'all recently reduced the number of polling locations from 300 something to reduced it by 100, about a third. And that was kind of shocking to me because as I have been traveling the state, everywhere I go, the state is under construction. The state demographer has told us that we're growing by 1,500 people a day, which is hard to wrap your head around. We're a growing state, so it just surprised me to know that y'all had reduced the number of polling locations in a place that I imagine is growing. And I know that we just heard from someone about data. And as a real estate broker, I know data can show many different things depending on how you slice and dice it. So I just still have a hard time believing that there is a need to decrease the number of polling locations. My dad taught me when I was young, vote every election. It's your civic duty. It's your right and responsibility. And so I would ask the Tarrant County Commissioners Court to reevaluate and to expand the number of polling locations for 2026. Because I truly, and in any future elections, I believe there is a runoff coming up. I think it's very important that we make sure people have access to the polls so that they can use their voice. That is their power. I will keep it brief. I did want to say it's Veterans Day. Thank you to the veterans in the room. I'm a proud Army mom. And again, thank you for the work that you're doing. Please expand the polling locations.
Thank you. Following Bishop Kirkland, we have Nan Terry.
Man, between you and Mr. Palmer, you almost making me become a Republican. I just want to go on record and say this. I don't understand all of these appointments and boards that we put people on, and the people up there intimidate those people, and they find ways to go after them and preclude them from serving on these various boards and committees. People come to me and I say, well, let me say something. And they say, man, the corruption and politics in Tarrant County is so deep, I'm afraid for my family. West Africans, they call me Papa. Papa, we love America. There's no corruption in America like West Africa. Like, baby, you just see what you see on the news that's controlled by the people that control the narratives. The Republicans have effectively kidnapped the flag, Christianity, and the Bible. You fight so hard to get the baby here, and once the baby's here, you won't give him SNAP. What good are the 10 Commandments to little Johnny if little Johnny is hungry? It's embarrassing what this county has done to Anthony Johnson Jr.'s family. I haven't been here lately because of my health, but what we said when I lived in Philly, and I am an Eagles fan, we said word is bond. And I promised Anthony Johnson Sr. that I would fight this fight to the end. Let's save some money. Miss Terry and so many other people used to say this, and I disagreed because I wanted the tapes and the videos to come forth. But let's save face, some money, and some time and settle this case with the Johnson family. I want to, as I close, man, I need a peppermint or something if somebody got it because I'm shaking like crazy. I really wish that, look at you, Chandler, me and you all right now. I really wish that you would work real hard at restoring some of the trust in the faith that has been so eroded. All right. So eroded.
Go ahead and eat it.
By this court. I really wish you take in consideration. And the final one, and on my way to my seat, if Mississippi could turn blue, that's all I gotta say.
Following Ms. Terry, we have Alexander Montalvo.
I too want to thank Bishop Kirtland for reminding everyone of Marine Corporal Anthony Johnson's death in custody in our Tarrant County Jail on April 21st, 2024. I wish that our founding fathers had included the citizens and community needs with regard to a speedy trial and not just the defendants, which in this case are 2 jailers charged with homicide in the death of Corporal Johnson. It's been 569 days since Anthony Johnson died. Where is justice? I agree with Commissioner Ramirez on questioning when this commission approves or disapproves, or what this commission approves or disapproves. I've seen items brought for approval or disapproval by this court. For example, the donation of lights, but also donations for inmates, donations by the Buddhist monks, ability for staff to apply for a grant or for the county to accept a grant. Just last week, the agenda waived some of the last 2 to allow for staff to complete some of those duties. And I thank staff for approving the application to fund the jail diversion, staff and Commissioners Court, to fund the Jail Diversion Center, which was on today's agenda. But I'm confused what needs Commissioner approval and what does not. But apparently applying for a variance of the minimal standards from the Texas Commission on Jail Standards does not trigger coming to the Commissioners Court or even telling the public. A quick glance of the sheriff press releases does not include any variance request. As other speakers have mentioned, I am still surprised at this lack of transparency. At the August 7th meeting of the Texas Commission on Jail Standards, Tarrant County asked for a variance. These are minimal standards. The minutes from the August meeting of the Texas Commission on Jail Standards states Chief Herkulitz advised that this variance request was to help meet a population spike. Director Wood recommended that the variance be granted for a 6-month period in case Tarrant County needs it. So last meeting, this commissioner approved a staffing contract to provide temporary jailers. At the same time, the commission had approved a variance on the number of beds. So new jailers to Tarrant County, a variance to provide more beds for population spikes. This doesn't seem like sound managerial policy. Maybe we should treat the sheriff's office like any other county department and ask them to come before you, the leaders of the county. If there are deaths during this time of change, such as Mr. Johnson's, or the other 70-plus deaths since Sheriff Wayborn took office, the taxpayers will pay the price. What leadership will you have shown? Lastly, comparing Tarrant County to Dallas is bad, I know. But Dallas County Commissioners appropriated county funds to help those county residents who normally receive SNAP who are not.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Is Mr. Montalvo present? All right, those are all the folks we have signed up to speak. Do we have any announcements or comments from our Commissioners Court? All right, seeing none, the court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. Executive session will begin at 12:50 p.m. We are now in recess. All right, we are back from executive session. There is no action to be taken at this time, so thank you for being here. Thank you for watching at home. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone, and happy Veterans Day. We are adjourned.